Mic test. Testing the mic test. Sounds alright. Latency's a little better this time around. Let's get into it. Is this working? All right. Okay. Camera test. Camera test. Looks okay. Well, here we are. Howdy, folks, and welcome to the third hobby hangout here at Countryfied Minis. Today, we are indeed working in the bullshit corner. We're doing a little bit of work, some preliminary stuff for an upcoming big project. Going to be working on a 1/48 scale hunchback. This big old chonker right here. Might prime it up today. Maybe not. See if I can get it on the camera down here. She's a big gal. And, excuse me, I'm munching on a few pretzels here. At some point I decided that let's just play into that trope, that community trope of the Canopian cat girls. There's a lot of intersection between the whole, like, love for battletech and love for anime waifus. So I thought I'd split the difference and pick up some cat girls. Picked them up from Penguins, Crazy Penguins. I can't remember the name. They're over on Cults 3D. If you look up nyokan cat girls, you'll find them. Or nyokan guard. They're Imperial Guard troops, but I printed out a whole bunch of them. And we're going to go ahead and film those up today. Film painting those up today. Do it here in the hobby corner, in the hobby hangout. Yeah, and these are really going to be base decorations, more or less, for my 1/48 scale hunchback. I think it'll be super fun. Hopefully my lights aren't too intrusive, but we're doing filming today. Got my tripod right here with the phone on it, straddling that, and then got the camera right here hanging down from my ceiling boom arm. We'll see if we can't get this thing going. We'll probably start with a little bit of priming, but first I forgot my coffee, and I'm going to grab it out of the kitchen, and I'll be right back. Yes. Okay, so as it stands right meow, you get it. We've started, or when I say we, it is the royal we. Daleth says, been on and off. Which variant hunchy? We're just going with the standard 4G. It's the classic one. It's a little big to even get it on the camera. I'm trying to line it up, but it should be fun. The print quality wasn't super great because I did this in FDM. Since it's 1/48 scale, it's going to be massive. But I need to get that out and have it in the pocket. Welcome, RFD Hobby. Hope your day is going swell. Today we're going to be working on some Canopian cat girls to be scurrying around the base on my first Canopian Brigade hunchback coming up for the world's biggest battletech project I'm going for. I don't know if it's probably not literally the world's biggest battletech, right? But I think it might be the biggest in that it's a 1/48 scale, which is like 50% larger than the 28mm scale. Just say because I'm currently up to my ankles in shavings converting the Catalyst sculpt to a 4P laser gremlin. That's wonderful. I think the sculptor who made this one has all the variants as well. I'm not going to talk about that now because that needs to stay under wraps. Yes, I did see the 28mm Midwinter Minis video, and that actually kind of flew all over me a little bit. I think that was right as I was releasing my 28mm Urban Mech video, and I had gotten done with that, and was in the late stages of editing when his dropped, and I was very upset that guy beat me to it. But still, it was fun. Let's see, the big hunchback, it's over there. I'm not going to get up and walk across the room, but turned out to be a real big boy. I thought about selling it on eBay, because it's kind of just taking up shelf space at this point. But I don't know how I'd ship it without it breaking. In any case, I got my little toothy lamp out here because I've got some of these models that have just come off the build plate today, and I need to get them cured up so we can start priming them. And let's see, this is one more cat girl, and then a few. This is the loader and the gunner for this autocannon that I've got. So and then there's a whole bunch of ammo tins and spent shell casings. So those will be some fun little basing bits for the big hunchback once it gets it going. So without further ado, I think the first thing I can do today for the stream is to push these even further off the build. We're going to start priming. And in my experience, I think the priming isn't too super loud in the camera or in the microphone. So let's get that out first. I've got this little spray booth thingy here. That's it's actually the remnants of a project for a 3D design class. Not 3D as in like computer modeling, but 3D as in, 3D, three-dimensional. We had to do we had to design a room, and this is the remnants of that model I made with some tape reinforcements, and it has served really well as a little spray booth. And of course, any spraying is going to need the respirator, and we do an audio test. Make sure I'm still can be heard. Seems all right. I think it shouldn't be too bad. And let's turn on this compressor and give it a listen. Held together with tape, hope and tape like anything in the periphery. You're damn right. Such is the story of my life as well, but seems okay. Seems like things are going. I don't know why the camera keeps shaking, but I forgot to take the needle out here, so there's going to be a little bit of cleanup before we start. Yeah, it's hung. Why did I leave this in there? I think I was just excited to get out the, well, UK time creeping up on me. Have to wait for the vid. Well, thanks for stopping by. I know that there's some time differences out there. The video does not have a official date. It's actually being held in the pocket because there's a certain Hunchback video that needs to come out first. I need to respect that, and then we'll get on the next one. We'll drop it about the same time. Whatever day the big one, the big Hunchback video comes out, we'll drop this the same day, but not till after the other one comes out. And if you know, you know, but I'm not going to elaborate on that here in the stream because this is not affiliated with that release in any way other than timing and perhaps some 6 degrees of separation stuff. And I don't want to give the impression that I have anything to do with that, you know, the big Hunchback video. Not to be confused with my big Hunchback video, which is literally about a big hunchback. Okay, let's see if I got this in the frame. Having to juggle 3 cameras here, more or less. Put this airbrush back together. Put that in there. I guess I should put this first. Yeah, that goes first. This guy here. And then drop it another half dozen times is the way. I regret not cleaning this better, or I regret not taking the needle out last night. But I think it's okay. We got that little bit of paint that was crusted on it off. Get this set in the right spot. And then this back together. Alright. I got that in frame? I do. Okay. No. There we go. I usually crank this down all the way. Get that max pressure on it. But my button doesn't seem to want to rest on the right spot. There we go. Okay. It's going. And then put this back together. And maybe actually start painting. I'm only 12 minutes in. I started a little earlier than expected, but yeah, we're gonna do a quick paint up, do some like variations of brown tones, some very rough and ready type paint up on these gals. Utilize my Army Painter speed paints, and then I might even prime up the Hunchback as well. And this video will come out sometime soon, sometime real soon. I can't give a date. I did just take a whole bunch of time prepping a Armored Core model, and turns out I was wrong about the release day. And Armored Core 6 actually drops on August 25th and not July 25th. I suppose I don't know my 6s from, or my 7s from my 8s. So that video is done and in the pocket, and I'll do some slight edits to get the dates corrected and then release that fun thing. Okay, in any case, let's start a rolling on these
Canopian girls. And I think what we're going to do is begin with a prime of Steinolrez Black. We'll get this, I'm going to be recording this as well at the same time. So you smashed out that editing for no reason. I got so excited. I felt like such a dummy. I ended up staying up literally all night. It was a 12-hour power session to get the editing done. And then I put a Premiere link out, and I caught the date about 2 hours. I caught that it wasn't actually coming out with about 2 hours left. So, I hastily pulled it down, issued an apology to the channel, and now, well, I'm probably going to fall behind a little bit on the algorithm, but, you know, that's fine. The channel's still relatively small. We haven't hit our first 1K yet, but soon it will, and, I suppose if I want to pursue this and treat hobbying like a legit and real full-time deal, then I need to treat it like a job. So, more stuff to come. I've got a Octavia Grimm's Daughter paint up in the pocket. I think that might be the next video to come out, is my Octavia Grimm's Daughter. Who's kind of a really fun model, fun infinity model. She's got a profile with dogged, which dogged means if she takes a wound and were to go to the unconscious state, she could actually stay up in the active turn as long as you keep spending orders on her. So that has some value. And she's got a missile launcher with +1 burst, which is kind of awesome. But she's one of those models that just never, like, no one ever uses her. So I painted her up. And, she's a fun paint job. I've got some neat content coming recently. Am I losing frames here? I think I'm losing frames. Let me check the OBS. I'm losing frames. I'm losing frames. I'm losing frames. Why do you do this to me, Comcast? Why do you do this to me, Comcast? Why do you do this to me, Comcast? I'm losing almost 2% of the frames here. Is it stable again? Yeah, it's stable now. Gotta get the something respirator. Gotta get the PC respirator. So, unfortunately, Comcast is just the absolute worst internet service provider I've ever had the displeasure of working with. And, I have no choice but to use them. My building has a contract with them, so they're my only option for provider. And they tend to throttle my service anytime I start having, like, if I have a bunch of upload speed usage, They slow my internet down, which is actually why the game night, the old game stream got bumped to Tuesdays, because consistently Comcast would reduce the quality of my service whenever I was trying to stream on Thursday nights. Evidently, I spoke with one of the technicians about it. Evidently, there's someone in my building who once a month does some kind of massive, like, full system backup, and it uses so much bandwidth that they throttle everyone in the building. So definitely not a fan of that. And you know, it's America, where the only thing that matters is infinite growth and infinite profits. I guess I have all this lamenting about it because the Google Fiber building is about 120 yards down the road. It's right there. I can see it out my window. And they have really good internet, and I have no access to it. I think I have a clog happening. Let's get some paint on these gals. And I think I have enough. I think I have enough models here to, by the time I get through them, the first ones will be dry. So hopefully no more sitting and waiting on paint to dry, as happened in the last stream, the last painting stream. Also, evidently that hair dryer I was using to accelerate the drying process had some kind of like interactions with the microphone, which is really not great. Okay, but we're flying through these gals. These won't have bases. Good times had by all. Hello, Mechanic Frog. Welcome in. Today we're working on some nyokan infantry I bought from, I want to say the name was like Crazy Penguin or something. Crazy Penguin Z or something over on Cult. And they're Imperial Guard models. Cat Girl Imperial Guard models. And they're going to serve as base decorations for the 148 scale Hunchback that I printed off. So this is a fun video coming up that we're working on. It's going to drop after the big Hunchback video. You should know the one. I'm not gonna mention that again. I'm not gonna mention the name of that one to, you know, not give the impression that I'm in any way affiliated with it, because I'm not. But I'm hoping to capitalize on the timing and have a good time with it. So these girls have been printed out in 148 scale as well to serve as little base embellishment for this gigantic model. Should be a lot of fun. Trent Hallmark, if you could find the links to them after the stream, could you post them? I found some of them, but not all of them. I'll tell you what, if you give me just a second. Well, once I finish up these prime jobs here, I'll post them. I'll run over to the computer and post them, because those all have a black coat on them. And now I need to get these. Oh, I broke that model. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I may just not use that one. But some of these are in different bits. I think I paid like $25 for I bought the Blizzard Commandos or something, and then I bought the heavy weapons units. I picked up the stranded pilot model, and then I feel like there was one more, but I have enough to do like a whole little platoon of Canopian cat girls to go with my first Canopian brigade gigantic hunchback. Sweet, thanks. I found most of them, but the post with one pull me up I can't find. You know, the reading the chat is difficult sometimes because YouTube's got this heart thing in the corner to pull me up. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'll post them in the chat here briefly. I also, yeah, should also take a moment. I'll post a Discord link as well at some point if any of y'all would like to join up over at the Country Fried Minis Discord. I'm getting it set up. I mean, it's set up. I need to populate it now. It will be eventually mostly reserved for channel and Patreon members, but until those are up and going, I think we can get away with handing out the link. So if you have your own Canopian cat girls, I'd love to see them in the chat over there. Okay. And let's do... I think I can wait on these clips. I don't think I'm going to be using them right away. So let's see, that's the standing girl, the standing loader girl with the ammo and an arm, a cadet and the gunner. We'll prime these ones up. Real rough and ready. And of course these models today are, you know, they're base embellishment. We're not going to do a whole bunch of detail on them. Mostly going to be focusing on speed painting techniques, probably. But I think that's, you know, it's got its own value. I think a lot of folks out there want to see how to get things done quickly. And honestly, the channel content is kind of becoming more of that. I think that primer is just about done. Let's see if I have another bottle. This black. That's gray. I might be out of black primer with that. Well, that's not good. Okay. Let's see if I can squeeze enough out of here. To get one more bit of the girls ready. It's starting to be real goopy at the very bottom. There we go. Okay. I guess it's time to re-up on the black primer. I've got gray and I've got white. Which is fine because these girls are going to be zenithal coated anyways. But I was thinking I might prime up the hunchback parts as well, and I was planning on doing them in gray while this dries. Okay. Well, that sucks. I suppose I should buy extra black next time. I usually pick up the Stynal Res in the 3-packs. I need a dropper. Get one of these. And let's flush this out. So I always clean my airbrush via this method of pumping water in and out first. And then I've got a clean pot. There's a clean pot of water and a dirty pot of water. And then we'll do a bit of a spray out. And that should be clean enough for the next color. Which, I guess these girls are still drying. So let's shift them over and swap to gray. And actually, tease the hunchback a little bit by priming it. We got some gray Steinores. I can't remember who recommended this primer to me. Actually, I can't remember if it was a recommendation or if it was just seeing some other channel use them. But I think for this, we need to get my camera set up here. We need to make a wider shot. So let's try to do this back here, maybe? How's that look? How's that looking? How much of a scene are you seeing here? Come over like that a little bit. A little more. Just a little bit more. See all this here now? Let's see what that's going to look like. So I get this in here. Yeah. I'm waiting on the delay here to see this thing come into the frame. It might be getting worse because I'm on Wi-Fi. Yeah, okay, that's good enough. Alright, so hit record on my phone, and as always, we'll show the camera this thing, and then I bring this over and get my shot here that I love so much. Just I don't know why, but I love the sensual nature of this shot. And put them into my videos with regularity. It's fun stuff. Okay. Now we're going to pull out Big Hunchy. And then I figure any of the really rough spots of print quality issues, I'll just use as battle damage and try to give them a little extra weathering, a little extra chipping. This video needs to come out quickly too, because, well, a certain big hunchback video is going to be dropping at any day now, and this needs to be ready to go to not only capitalize on that momentum, but also to give a hearty nod to the sculptor of this model, which, as of right now, you can't download this model. It's not available yet that I know of, but it will be soon. And it's fantastic. It's like a really nice, faithful recreation of somewhere in between the official art and the MechWarrior Online. It's kind of like a little bit of both. But it's going to be rendered in glorious 1/48 scale. And I even have a fun, I got a muzzle flash effect put on it as well. Let's do that. Let's do this. Now, one thing I really love spraying these big models because of the way you can hit them kind of with reckless abandon. You don't have to worry so much about clotting up details or anything. So I'm a big fan of that. They do take a lot of paint. You know, I more or less painted my 1-to-1 scale Neura helmet the same way. And it took ages with this tiny little paint pot that I have. Reservoir? I don't know what the term is. The cup here on the airbrush. I've really enjoyed these Arrow brushes, but they're Badger brand Arrow brushes, but they don't have much fill cut. Painting big models is my favorite. I would love to something that size. I would love to ruin something that size. You know, if you have access to a FDM printer, I could potentially send you this file sized and ready when it's done and out. I printed this all in one go on my Anycubic Cobra Go, and it took over 3 days to print. I was so paranoid it was going to mess up, but the problem with the FDM is you can see like some of the details here are really rough. Removing the let's see, do I have that in frame? I think my stream is just the monitor I have here is just steadily going back in time. Let's see if I can't fix that. Yeah. There we go. But it was better this way. I had originally sliced this model into, let's see, there were 9 parts for the torso alone, and I kept having failures. I was trying to use some Sunlu resin in my Anycubic photons, and they weren't doing it for me. They were the layers kept delaminating, and it would have been really nice to get that resin printing quality, but this is fine. And actually, the happy accident of printing this out as an FDM print and having the low quality, like this stuff here, led to the decision of just like, why not make it a janky periphery model? And then I was thinking like, well, people love Hunchback. People will probably click on the Hunchback. What else do people love? And it came to me that it was Cat Girls. So I'm playing that angle. It's gonna be Hunchback and Cat Girls and Canopus and big scale, and hopefully, with a little luck, it'll be the video to tip to tip Country Fried Minis over the 1,000 line. At which time I can start forcing ads on y'all. Which would be great. It'd be great to start getting some revenue out of this. Might do like, what's the thing that folks do? The whole channel members get the ad free or something like that. Like people get ad free for $1 a month or whatever. Less internet degeneracy. Yes. We are the best people here on the internet. Okay, so I think I can stop filming that bit. So the Hunchback is primed. We're not going to be painting the Hunchback today, I don't think. I might do a little work on it, but I'm thinking of taking Midwinter Mini's technique of how he was painting up the Titan and doing the sponge layers. Do some sponging, do some chipping, just real rough and ready, because I need to get it out. I need to get this done. And like, who knows that the video that this is meant to come out with, or around the same time, could drop at any minute now, any day now. So this project might actually turn into another fevered dash to the end, just like that Armored Core video, which I know some of y'all here caught the editing of that video. That video will be coming in next month. I got that date wrong. Armored Core comes out next month on the 25th, but I'll just add in like a little what do you call it? A director's commentary at the beginning, and be like, hey, I screwed up, y'all. This was this date instead of that date, but it's still relevant and will be fun. And I ended up adding some really fun stuff. Right at the end of that video. It came out right. Print Hallmark. Oh god, I'm so excited for AC. You've corrected 4 to 6. Yes. It's funny that you say 4, because I painted up the Aaliyah 3. It's all the way across the room. I can't grab it right now. Which is a model from Armored Core 4. So, to celebrate the release of Armored Core 6, on the day of release, I have a video about painting a model from Armored Core 4 while talking about Armored Core 1. And I'm going to say the same thing here I did in that video. If you haven't played Armored Core 1 on the PlayStation 1, I highly recommend taking a little time, going through and playing that game. It is janky, it's PlayStation 1, but it absolutely holds up. It is still so good. It is still such a blast. It works. I played through it in the last year or so after watching a Josh Strife Plays video about it. And it was a wonderful time. So, yeah, big nod to Armored Core 1. Check it out. It's really good. If you haven't played it, or if you're young, if you're catching this by the algorithm and you're hearing this, if you're young, if you ain't played it, because it did come out in '97, check it out. It's really good. Oh yeah, I was an Xbox kid, so I didn't have the opportunity to play it. I intend to play it after I get done with 6. Yeah, it's good. It's really good. I mean, it's jank, right? It's definitely Like, you don't even use the joysticks to move around. You use your shoulder buttons to look up and down. But there's just something really nice about piloting that mech that is way too fast, using janky controls. It works. It somehow works. I just realized, let's tighten up this shot again. Now that I got the big boy out of the way, let's try to tighten this up. Vandamore, I see we're doing our Darth Vader cosplay tonight. I guess so. We're just about done priming the cat girls, at which time I can take off the respirator. Let's see if that's a good shot here. That's actually going to be a little intrusive. Let's raise it up. See if I can't get it right there. And you know, it's funny that anytime I'm filming, I'm reaching around stuff. So like, I've got my phone here on a tripod. About this far away from the phone, I have the camera here for y'all, and I'm looking around all of it to see what I'm doing. Okay, let's show this to the camera, and then we pull this out, and we get another one of those yummy shots of filling the cup. Get real close in on that. And we're going to prime up these parts. And I just realized I missed one. So let's just spray this one white entirely. Can't really see what I'm doing here. I think this is a bad angle for y'all, now that I'm realizing it, or thinking about it. Let's try to adjust that so y'all can see what's going on. I'm just going to hit them with a nice top-down white coat. I don't know if that's coming through at the camera at all. It tends to not pick up white, but... So, you know, the zenithal priming kind of got hyped up all over YouTube as like the quintessential method for painting. It's really not. I'd say 80 to 90% of the time you don't need a zenithal coat. Just prime it and paint it like you would. But if you're gonna be using contrast color, you're gonna be painting with some translucent stuff. That's where a zenithal is really gonna start to shine. Because if you're not using a method of painting that's gonna show your zenithal through the colors, you're wasting your time. I guess zenithal coats were kind of the thing before slap chop was everywhere. And then even slap chop is just like, that's just zenithal deluxe, right? It's got an extra layer of dry brushing involved. And it doesn't work unless you're using translucent colors. But I hope those are coming through. But again, this is Badger's Stynylrez Primer, which I enjoy because I can shoot it through my airbrush. Pick out them details. Alright, she needs a little on her legs. And on her head. Extra paint. Little extra paint. These legs. Oh shit, I just broke that piece. Damn. Damn. That's fine. I'll glue it back on later. Add one of these. I'd overdone that one some, and then this guy right here. You. And you. Alright, good enough. Good enough is good enough. There's a hallmark of the chimp. Alright. Do this. Let's pull this out of the way. Also, I actually kind of just like how the models look after the zenithal coat. Grayscale is nifty. So, speaking of that, I have a project. I have a big commission that I'm thinking of turning into some content. A guy, someone I know, actually, so. A guy is not fair. One of my acquaintances commissioned me out to do a monochromatic army. You want some assassins for Infinity painted to look like they are being viewed through night vision goggles. And I think that's going to be a ton of fun. But it's a big project. It's like 50 models or something. So that's going to eat a lot of time. And if I do make a video out of it, it's probably just going to be a one video. Because honestly, doing 5 or 6 videos on the same, not only the same topic or the same subject, but the same army, seems like you'll get diminishing returns for your effort. Okay, so cat girls all grayscaled up. Move that. Pull off the respirator. Toss it on the floor. Alright. Can actually get to some painting here. I mean, technically this is painting, but it's not really, you know? Alright. Get all this out the way. Get you out the way and you out the way. See if we can't thread this through here. There we go. You on the floor too. Okay. Decent shot here. Let's take 2 minutes and let that cure. I'm gonna set this to the be right back screen, but I'm gonna be back in like 90 seconds, 120 seconds. I'm gonna post those nyokan infantry to the chat. Be right back.
Seems like my microphone was muted. It's okay now. It's running. Here we are. Sweet, thanks. Turns out I just found other similar ones. It's a different modeler I found. Yeah, I saw that there was some there. Actually, I think I may be conflating the two. I recall seeing the ones that were nyokan and have just attributed that to these models, and these are not the nyokan ones. These are actually the Winter Guard. And there's a piece. Excuse me, I got that respirator made a little mucus gather in my nose. Anyhow, that's gross. All right, where are we? So at this stage of the process, time to get out the wet palette. And actually, I think I'll film that as well. Pull out the pro video. Army painter, come in from the right of the shot, maybe. Take this off. Take that off. Take this off. Get rid of you. Put a little bit of water on it. Get it hydrating. And then I need a sheet of parchment over top. Get it on the ready. If you ain't painting with a wet palette, you know, I recommend one. Even if you make your own, you can get away with like a Tupperware container and some paper towels in the bottom, and then a little bit of, and just a roll of parchment paper. It'll do the job. It'll be cheaper, but I do like this Army Painter one. It's been a useful hobby product for me. It holds on my brushes, or at least like the brush that I'm using. I do recommend them. Like them quite a bit, actually. Okay, what color are we going to start with tonight? So, Canopian Brigade are kind of, they're like there's a greeny color. There's like a bright Canopian olive green, and then there's a few browns. Let's see if I can't dig out all my browns from up here. That's Black Legion. I got some snakebite leather. I've got some Nasdrag yellow and some wildwood. And then I also have we'll be doing flesh. We'll be doing green. We'll be doing maybe this pallid bone, I think. And I think hardened leather might come into play. Then we'll need some metallics. And I think that's enough paints to get us started. Alright, so what's actually first here? What's actually first? I think I'm skipping a step. I need to assemble. I should have glued these together before we started, actually. But let's do that. We'll do the super thin crazy glue, which has left its thing in the tip. So let's grab needle nose pliers. I guess they're not. Are these needle nose? They might be needle nose. They're not very small at the tip, though. And then we want to make this girl this one the standing loader, and then where's the other bit? The one with the goggles will be the gunner. I think that makes more sense. So she gets these bits, and then she gets these bits. There's another arm here somewhere. Is there? Did I not prime it? Did I lose it? May have lost it. Uh-oh. Is it still on my... Yes. Still on the build plate. Or the spray thing. Okay. So let's get this cat girl assembled. Hope y'all can see that decently. I might ought to change the camera angle to one that's kind of above where I'm filming. Or like coming around from the left side maybe. Should be more straight up. And then you'll be right here like so. And we need to make that fit, I think. So let's... I'm getting a spam risk phone call right now. I'm not gonna answer it because I'm busy. This, I may have printed the wrong firing handles on this. How are we gonna deal with this? First, we're gonna stop recording with the phone. Swing this boy around here. So I need to make this area work with this bit that does not match it. I think I printed off the heavy bolter firing hands. So I think we're gonna get out the Dremel. And grab one of these little bits. I think this one ought to do. Hopefully this doesn't come through too loud on the microphone or cause any interference like the hairdryer did. In fact, let me turn on my audio playback and see if it does. Is this messing with my voice? Is this messing with my voice? Test, test, test. No, okay. I'm just gonna route this out some. Hopefully y'all can see what I'm doing. I think you should be able to. Yeah, maybe, maybe not. I'm gonna shave this inner edge down some. And I should really be wearing a respirator here, but I think it's such a small amount of dust that it'll be okay. And let's see how well this fits now. Not quite. So we're going to do the same on this part. See if I can do it for the camera. top as well. And of course, this is really fragile resin. I want to get this done without breaking it. Anyhow, there we go. Let's actually do one of these. How do I toss this in here? Toss this in. I need to turn on my on-screen keyboard. We're gonna say how do y'all, this is painfully slow with my on-screen keyboard here. How do y'all feel about Canopian cat girls? And then we drop a question mark and we minimize this and we do let me say yes, and we say, what's the second option? The second option is going to be heck yes. Heck yes. And then the third one's gonna be, what's the next option here? It's gonna say this. Yes, 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 yes. All right, and then we do that. Excellent, excellent, fun stuff. Okay. All right, back to the task at hand. Let's see if this is fitting in where I need it to go. Oh, it's so close. It's almost there. I think what we want to do probably we'll shave a little bit more off right here. So we'll do this again. The littlest bit there. See if she fits now. Perfect, 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 perfect. I think there was another bit that was supposed to go here. Because, like, it doesn't really match. And in fact, the hands are a little off center, so I think we need to grind out some here too. All right. Is that enough? Yeah, now they're centered up. Okay. Put a whole blob of super glue in there. And then get this in place. It is a little loose, but that's fine. get it good enough, and then take the littlest bit of some zip kicker in there. Now, toss it in there. Lovely engagement there. All right. I think that poll should stay live throughout the stream. I keep checking in on the music and stuff. Let me know if the levels get off at all. And we need this gal to line up. She might have to. The angle isn't great. I maybe should have put these together before I started painting them, but it's, that's what it is. I think we can maybe get away with repositioning these here in a bit. So we'll start by, breaking off those legs, those supports, and then getting the gun angled correctly for these shoulders. They might need a little putty work. In fact, I'm sure they will. They don't line up perfectly. See if I can't get this cured. There we go. And we'll go back and put these supports back on it. I also realized after I printed these out that I printed 2 right supports, left supports, 2 left supports. So I had to shave off the end of one of them. That's fine. Perfectly fine. We need these to kind of line up with the gal. This is going to be a problem to do. Try and get that. Having to eyeball it, I think worst case scenario, I can end up putting a little dirt under them when it actually goes on the base. Yeah, there we go. That looks fine. It's good enough. Listen, 2 left legs make the cannon shoot more straight. Yeah. It's the same thing with dancing, right? Having 2 left feet. I wouldn't know. I can't dance. I am a nerd. Okay, I guess it's not fair to nerds who dance. Listen, if you're a nerd and you play games and you also love to dance, more power to you. Cheers. I myself can't dance because I ain't never really tried. I can, however, wiggle to a rhythm. In fact, I've been known to celebrate by dancing. Uh-oh, are we losing stream? Nope, okay. Oh, I'm so paranoid after losing those frames from earlier. Okay. Ammo girl here. Ammo girl has like she's like pointing at a target. And then she's also going to have the double clips. And then these don't really show up on camera, but I printed out like 15 of these spent shell casings. You haven't dropped any since then. Thank you for letting me know. I just want my internet service to work, you know, given how much money I give them. It's the least they could do. Let's have it work. Oh, this is such a fiddly little bit. It is now very broken. Is that gonna work? No, it's not. We're gonna have to try the putting the accelerator on first technique. So we'll take our bit, we'll put some accelerator on it. Go to the other bit, we'll apply some glue to it. And you know, it's fine if these are like a little globbed up with paint. It's perfectly acceptable because, again, these are just effectively base embellishments for a big old model. There we go. And I just snapped it off immediately. I think that was my internet dropping. I live in the forest. I know that feeling. Yeah, I was down. It was in the red for a little bit. It dropped some frames. And you know, that's just because I am streaming this from my workstation, from my hobby station computer, which is first and foremost an older machine, but is not connected to hardline Ethernet. I tried the first paint stream I ran. I actually had let that Harley go by. I ran some 20-foot USB extension cables from my workstation computer over there to the corner to make it work, and then it has a problem with the whole. I didn't know this was a common thing, but evidently, just running a webcam at all is pretty hard on your USB hubs. So computers can struggle if you're trying to run two webcams, and the solution is to plug them into different USB hubs. That said, my computer over there couldn't handle it, so I got this set up here in the corner proper, and it's working. So paint streams are now a thing, which is fine because I have this this policy of, if I'm doing this work and I'm putting in this time, it needs to be content. That's kind of where the workflow live stream comes from. That's now where the paint stream comes from. It's like, I'm going to put these hours in anyways to making a video. This time's going to go into it. So why not share this with y'all and make it a place where folks can come in and hang out and harass me and tell me about their projects, comments, questions regarding anything and everything. And also, I'm farming it for clicks and views and watch time, because we're really close. I think I need another like 120, 150 watch hours and 300 subs, and we'll break into proper Google AdSense. It looks like it's jumping a bit, but not too bad. USV is a transfer tech that's fairly old, so there's a lot of quirks like that. Yeah. This one works, and I've got this webcam is in the back of the machine, and then this one is in the front USB hub, and putting them on different hubs seems to work. Okay, we're finally at the point of starting to put some color on these models. And giving a look at them, I've got a few of these girls with the goggles aesthetic. These ones have like a, trying to be cognizant of the shot here. These ones are, they have like tech visors on. And then I have, I guess 3 with tech visors. Which means I messed up. I meant to get 2 with the helmets. But they also have these ones with helmets with the cat ear cutouts on the helmets, or the cat ear space on the helmets. And then I've got these 2 with goggles on their heads. And then I've got one with a cadet hat, one with no hat, and then the pilot, which is the thirst trap in the thumbnail. And actually, I call this the Thirsty Edition. But let's see, I've got 2 models, right? Just 2 showing cleavage. And that is the pilot and the loader. The rest is just, you know. They got some skin showing, though. Alright, let's adjust this again. And start actually painting. And I think how we're going to do this, maybe let's move this camera up a bit to maybe catch the same. Uh-oh. Why is it like that? Okay. I've got so many knobs and such to make this work. Let's try to. I'm gonna try to film the same thing with 2 different cameras, basically. Is what I'm getting at. My inane ramblings. So I want to get this a-going. And let's see, if I were to shift you over here, maybe? This needs to be tightened down. This needs to be tightened down. Will this work? Can you see what I'm looking at without? I'm worried about this. Worried about the stuff showing up in the shot. Let's see here. If I were to be filming right here, can y'all see me on the stream? Not great. So if I bring it down some, like that. I'm filming right here. Let's say I'm painting this model. Painting this model right here. Let's see. Does that show up? Not really. It's hard to frame these. How about bringing it out and over? Maybe even over here. Is this gonna work? Like that. Where's the loose point? Can I work with this? No, I can't. This is rough. This is a rough angle. I think we'll need to bring it under here, maybe. It's not so bad if I'm not filming at the same time. But I am filming this for a video. Let's try that. Okay, so I'll be working here, and I'm painting right here. It's a little off the frame still, but I can turn this like that. Damn, this sucks. Sorry to be putting y'all through these technical difficulties, but this is frustrating. I think we're gonna lift this up and lift this up. And swing this forward. Do like a hands down type view. This keeps getting off. See how that's gonna look. Trying to work on the fly here. So let's say I got a model here and I'm painting it on my camera. That is almost in the shot. All right, we're on to something. I'm gonna angle it down that much. You can just about see what I'm doing. Just about. Something's catching in the edge of the shot. Maybe it's just shadow. A little more. Almost there. It's trying to focus on what's on the mat, otherwise the framing's fine. Okay, that looks okay. Maybe if I get rid of these, it'll work. Let's see, I'm filming right here. Go over, split the difference between the two. All right, and then once I get like tucked into this, we're gonna start rolling. Okay, that looks decent. You know, the camera quality isn't the best anyways. It is what it is. Okay. I think that's where we're working, finally, after all that guffing around. Okay, so I think generally the way to approach the Canopian Brigade is going to start with the darkest colors first, and that's going to be, I think we're going to go with, just do a comparison of these colors. Let's do hardened leather versus snakebite leather. Let's see which one, if they have like a difference here. Get a paper towel. All right, this is Army Painter Speed Paint hardened leather. Nice translucent, kind of orangey, warm brown. And this is GW's Snakebite Leather, which is, you know, I think it's distinct enough. Basically, we want to get two different browns for the, Canopian Brigade. Canopian 1st Brigade uses like two browns and then a green, and I think there's a gray in there. So as with any filmings, we're gonna start by showing the camera the snakebite leather, popping it out, and putting some out on the wet palette. clean this paintbrush, and we can get to starting. I think we're going to start with this model right here. Make my camera focus on it, and switch on over to working. So I think we're going to go with like the boots themselves will be the dark color. And because we're using a contrast tone here, it's just going to do so much of the heavy lifting through the zenithal. Or the zenithal is going to do the heavy lifting. And it's just going to pick up this nice rich tone. Because it's contrast colors, we just, you know, easy to apply. We can kind of go at it somewhat recklessly, but still maintaining a certain amount of precision in application. Heck, I've got more concern for keeping this in the shot for two different cameras at the same time. That's fine. And you can probably see by my face cam that like there's a whole bunch of like leaning in and looking around the cameras to see what I'm doing, which sucks for the neck, but I have yet to find a better solution filming wise. I see that some of the bigger channels have like an over-the-shoulder rig, but you need a good camera for that. Something that can really zoom in. And I find that I have a DSLR that will film in 1080p, but it doesn't have a servo-assisted autofocus. So like, if you dial in the focus and then move your model, you know, 2 inches closer to the camera, all of a sudden it doesn't focus on it anymore. And that also has to do with like the lenses and the lighting. You know, I'm sure I could use a better, more open f-stop that would give me more depth of field, but it just not on the lenses and with the lighting that I have. So I find the solution is record on the phone. Yeah, it's one of those things. The only solution is money, money, money. I want to buy I was looking at a new camera, and it's like $500 for an upgrade. It's not in the cards for me right now. Not at this stage. You know, I'm not making money from the channel yet, so it's not really feasible. So the solution is I just record with my phone. I've got this Galaxy Note 9, I think, but the camera on it's pretty good. It records in 4K. So I just stick it on a tripod and I straddle this tripod and film it. Film what I'm working on, like right up on it. I mean, sometimes the lighting is a pain. I have to shimmy things around, but it's fine. It works so well because the phone has like laser aimed autofocus and will actively change focus while you're working, which is just, it's what you need. And then it's 4K footage, so you can record in a higher resolution than what you're doing your video. Because, you know, I don't need my mini paintings videos. I don't need the full videos in anything but 1080p. And then when you go into a 1080p video, you can zoom in using your 4K footage and still hold some like fidelity in your zoom shots, which is awesome. Anyhow, what we're looking at here is we're going to go with this snakebite leather for the coats of these models. The coats and the boots and any like cloth that's holding together the armor panels. And then they're going to get mostly the Army Painter Speed Paint hardened leather. So we get 2 tones of brown on them. Brown on brown. And then we'll do maybe a green shoulder pad to show that they're the first Canopian Brigade. And I'm going to try out this Crusader flesh and see how speed painting some flesh works. Should be fine on these. Plus, they're not the star of the show. This is really like, I don't know, maybe no more than 5 minutes of the content on the full-length video is going to be dedicated to painting these up. So I guess I don't even really need to film all of them. But they'll look great in the end. Just with a little bit of work. That Zenithal does so much work. Like the contrast between this upper area versus the bottom of the boots. Oh, so nice. I mean, it's not as good as like properly layered and painstaking painting, but I think that's the difference is I'm not killing myself painting these. I'm just gonna go fast, get them done. That way, hopefully these will be painted completely today by the end of the stream. If not, I'll finish them up off camera or off stream, and then next live stream will be at least some of the sponging of the Hunchback. We'll do the same method that Midwinter Minis did, like the really thin coats of sponged on layers. Okay, so she's got some paint on her, and I can move that camera. I don't need to record painting them all snakebite leather. So shift this one more time. And this can go where my camera was before. You guys will get the same shot I was filming. It should work. Looks alright. Need to bring it down some, look closer. Alright. Same deal, same parts. I think the armored panels are going to end up being the hardened leather. So that's going to be this plate on the left leg, and the plates on the arms, and then the chest piece. You get the 2 tones of brown. They're not supposed to be anything like super saturated, right? They're infantry. Should be fun. And you know, I don't think there's canon anywhere within Battletech that the infantry themselves would be cat girls, but it just, you know, it seemed fun. It seemed like a trope to dive into, and you know, get some clicks. I'm hoping that the big hunchback will get battletech people to click who don't know about the channel, hoping the algorithm will push it. And I think that there's definitely an intersection of fans of cat girls. And that should lead to some more reach. I may or may not try to do a thirst trap inclusion in the hunchback. I don't think it's appropriate for the thumbnail or title on that. But I might include a nod towards something like, now with 666% more cat girls on the thumbnail. But so far, I think the working title for this is going to be World's Biggest Battletech. And then it'll be Canopian hunchback in 1/48 scale, something like that. And then the thumbnail will be the hunchback with the cannon going off, maybe a shot of one of the cat girls painted up, and you'll say now with 666% more cat girls, something like that. I think it'll be fun. I don't know when it's coming out. I wish I could give a date, but soon is the answer. I need to get it done very quickly and have it in the pocket ready for a release on a moment's notice. So that's what's coming. I am so far behind on it, so we're doing some speed painting. It'll be really fun. I might even do it as a giveaway and just give away the whole diorama to someone in the comments. Though, shit, I don't know how I'd ship that. I even have like a gigantic hex base. I bought a 12-inch wooden hex base for this model. And that's why there's so many cat girls. I needed to fill that space. But yeah, I agree. I think it will be a fun video. I'm going to try to inject a little more craziness into it. A little silliness. A little bit of that country fried nonsense. Might have a return of the voice in my head talking about cat girls, dang old cat girls, something like that. Something going on here. Do these girls have gloves on? Have I missed a detail? Okay. No, maybe not. Welcome, Calixus, Canopians. Yeah, indeed, we are doing some Canopians. And you know, they're very silly, but very much in keeping with Battletech's ridiculous lore. Yeah, there's probably not canon lore about the infantry themselves being cat girls, but that's more a nod to the folks. And I found these fabulous Imperial Guard models. Trent says, one thing you could try is expanding foam inserts that they ship PC pre-built to try and keep things stationary. Maybe not a bad idea. Is that in regards to shipping? So far, all my commission work has been shipped out with a whole bunch of bubble wrap. But yeah, I think we might do this as a giveaway at the end of the video. Just send it to someone, because otherwise they're fun, they're cool, but the content is what it's about. And otherwise they kind of just end up, you know, taking up space on my shelf that I don't have. I live in a studio. So like even a small statue of a like 28mm scale model turns into space. Space that I don't have. Okay. So these girls now have the bit of their coat done. Let's turn this light on. We've only got, what, 6 more of these to go? First later. Uh-oh, I'm losing frames again. Let's see. Nope, it might just be my playback here. Let's see if I can turn my... Can I watch my stream back at lower quality? Maybe. Emery says, I was never much into the cat girl thing. To be honest, me neither. But it is a beloved part of the lore. And I think I'm just going to play into that and try to entice some people into clicks. Trent, yeah, for shipping, there will still be a potential it could still break with shipping super glue carefully. Yeah, exactly. I might be able to pack it in such a way it wouldn't break. Yeah, there's a certain point if you just use enough bubble wrap, it don't move. Cultural cat girl. Nuku was a thing in '92, and they had Felicia from Darkstalkers, and there were android cat girls and tank police. But cat girls always seem to me like mech anime. Yes, I am kind of in agreement there. I saw an Asmund Gold clip recently where he was doing a shocked face as he figured out that all anime characters are just cats based on their like facial structures. But that's fine. I don't begrudge it. If anything, embracing the a little bit of the cat girl action here is opening me up to a little more silliness in the battletech, and that's what we need, I think, from time to time. I take things a little too serious. I hate to break it to you, but cultural cat girl Nuku was Japanese manga, so it is in fact mech anime. Yes, it is. Yeah. You know, in delving the Reddit threads and getting involved with the community, there's a gigantic crossover of lovers of cat girls and battletech, and well, this video is for them, and it should be fun. It's also for, you know, to showcase this fabulous model by Locust Labs. We'll be doing a Locust Labs Hunchback. I don't know if I said that earlier. I don't know if I'm not supposed to say that, but it's said now. And we'll put out, you know, a nod to that that sculptor. I think they'll be putting this Hunchback out for people to get through their Patreon, so I'll do an ad for them, release it at the same time with a certain upcoming big BattleTech video. I mean, again, if you know, you know, but I don't want to mention the name, because that would suggest that I'm in any way affiliated, which I'm not. Let me make that very, very clear. Calixis. The Battletech source books had Char, Aznable, and Amuro Ray from Gundam, and all the unseen mechs are straight from Macross, so Mechanime is 100% correct. Emery says, Trent, I had a translation of Nuka Nuka back in the day. It's Mechanime. It's Mechanime. It's the vanilla capsule vanilla you get from Redditors on non-anime characters. Or non-anime channels. You know, that there's definitely some value in that, and like the tropes have to spring forth from somewhere. For sure. Let's do, you know what? Let's do one of these. Let's do one of these. It's not for everyone, but it is for me, indeed. Let's do one of these. Let's do this. And we'll do one of these. Oop, it's taking so long here. My computer's unhappy. Okay. Let's toss one of those out there. At least it's not the Eridani Light Horse fan who tried to sue the Battletech rights because he wrote one story of dubious candidacy. That's fair. I guess with that post in the chat there, let me go ahead and take a moment to push my channel membership thing. So YouTube recently has changed the policy where channels that have, I think, 500 subscribers can open up to super chats, super stickers, and channel membership. So I've gone ahead and made some tiers of channel membership. For as little as 99 cents a month, you can join as our Jelly Biscuit tier, which will get you access to a fancy little badge next to your name, as well as biscuit-based emojis, and, of course, access to the Discord server, which I think I should actually post the link to that right now, and I'm gonna. One second. That is... Okay. So, for now, I'll put that Discord link into stuff, but at some point, that's going to be reserved for, or the access will go for channel members. But channel membership is your way to show support for the channel. If you love what we do here and have a little extra pocket change that you could spare, please, by all means, join up and contribute to my paint supply. You'll be paying for, you know, paint and resin and coffee. Anyhow, enough of that. I do still feel a little icky from time to time pushing for the whole, like, the YouTube standard stuff, right? Like, comment, subscribe, give us a sub, give us your money. But it's very real. And as I push further into pursuing this hobby as, you know, with any illusions of doing this full time, it's a necessary evil. So, all that said, I want to thank y'all all for being here right now. Your engagement is what makes this channel live and thrive more than anything, and keeps me entertained while I'm painting. Just like I say, to remember to be happy when you're painting. You being here and chatting is what makes me happy while I'm painting. Anyhow, I suppose brace yourselves for hearing a lot more of that whole spiel. I guess it's kind of par for the course here on YouTube, though. But you know, once we hit 500 subs here, it kind of started to seem like maybe, just maybe, there might just be enough folks out there to enjoy this country fried content to make it worth pursuing that. Anyhow, how many times is that now? This is like 5 anyhows I've dropped. We are grinding along on some Canopian cat girls. It's fine spiel. It's commonplace for a reason. Does help keep things flowing. Yeah, exactly. I have noticed. Generally a uptick in the rate of new subscribers on the videos where I make a point to say, hey, if you really like what we're doing, smash that subscribe button. I don't think I've actually said smash that subscribe button yet, but occasionally I do like a little gag. I think one of them I ended up writing subscribe on my oil paint palette. And just like, you know, sometimes guilting people into giving me their subscription works. Plus, you can stay appraised of when new drops come out because I don't really have a schedule. Okay, little by little, these girls are getting browned up. Emery says, where were you when FOSSA or FanPro wiped out your favorite mechs and later restarted them? Aerodani got crushed by clans. Dragoons got Irby nuked. Lyndon's company got wiped trying to land on Where to Blake Mars. So my first experiences with battletech was a kid looking at, like a young kid, looking at my dad's technical readouts. 3050, of course, will always be the most infamous one for me. It's just, you know, it's battletech to me. That cover art, the sweet art in the book, got that amazing piece of the elementals. And I love those old unseen designs that are still there in that art. In fact, I went out of my way to pick up a unseen Ostrock, and I paid more for it than I'd like to admit publicly. And I'm thinking of using it in a Death Commandos lance. Snip those off there. No idea if Waco Ranger was in the Metal Gear Irby or not. Also, speaking of anime and Battletech, there's a brief bit of support of it in Japanese in the 90s with some really cool old school looking mechs anime artwork from Studio Nui. Who did Macross? Yes. I have the technical readout. Is it 3055 that has that art in the middle? It does look awesome. And then of course there's the Japanese battletech art from their boxed game, which there's actually there's a sculptor on Cults who has made some 3D adaptations of them. I printed out the Japanese style Shadowhawk, I think, for a friend of mine. Came out pretty nice. He did a great job speed painting it up. Looks awesome. They're fun. I think I paid $10 for the thing. Another Nate. My only experience with Battletech was MechWarrior 2 Mercs. I was surprised when Mercs 5 came out, and I bought it immediately. Mercs 5 has been good. The AI leaves a little bit to be desired. And I found that LRMs are really kind of irritating in the way they function in MechWarrior Mercs. Because in MechWarrior Online, you can get a lock-on somebody and get some true, proper, indirect action. And in MechWarrior 5, you get a lock and you shoot the missiles at someone and you take the lock off of them for half a second and the missiles miss. They also don't try to avoid terrain, which really sucked. But I've had fun with it. I think I might even capture some footage of blowing things up with the Hunchback for this video. Emery says, yep, there's a site with Japanese Battletech designs, all archived many in color. They did Battletech City Tech and the MechWarrior RPG, I think. Wait, are you saying the Japanese artists did the City Tech stuff, or the people also archived City Tech? Japan also did some video game mech designs for a console game. Was that just called MechWarrior? I seem to remember one that had some weird designs in it. Anyhow, sorry, I'm out of frame here. Trying to make sure it's filmed or it's where y'all can see it. But you know, keeping things in frame is difficult at the best of times. Mech Assault was a console game in the OG Xbox era. I never played Mech Assault, but I got a buddy who waxes poetic about it. There's definitely some apocryphal stuff in it. But I never played it. Could be worth going back and checking out. Sometimes those older games are. Okay, what else on here? This other boot. Somebody is blowing up my phone. Who is that? It is... Okay. It's not your business. No, I'm not. I don't actually act like that. Okay, Making progress. What color are we working on? This was this color. This is snakebite leather. I wanted so bad to play the large scale arena thing though. Our local game board manager had a team of giant badass mechs, and I wanted an excuse to build my own. I think it was before Xbox Game on SNES or Genesis. I think you might be right on Genesis, and yes, that is indeed the same one I'm thinking of, Emery. It was a weird version, a weird take on MechWarrior. It was not good, but at the time it was all right. I remember that. Yes, I am old. I have gray hairs. I have back pains. Oh man. I want to take a moment to thank y'all for engaging with the poll there. I think that's really fun. I didn't know you could do them until I caught a Peganico stream. She put a poll up, and you know, YouTube loves that kind of engagement. By participating in this kind of thing, you let the platform know that people watch and enjoy the content. And then more people come and more people sign up, and that number goes up, and it makes me feel good. Something about number go up just feels like the American way. I put a link to the Japanese battletech stuff on the Discord under the battletech topic. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, well, check it out. I might update that with some of the 3D prints. Discord's it's still in its infancy right now. There's not a lot of folks on there, but expect it to continue to grow. And it will also be a place where we might do some like voice hangout live streams. It's a place where if people wanted to come in and paint, we could do a community paint session, and I could showcase your cameras at the same time. And of course, the idea I have for the future is to do some community TTRPG events. That's definitely something that will happen. I'm not sure exactly when, but members of the Steak Biscuits tier of channel membership, as well as some of the Patreon tiers, would have access to that inclusion in streamed events. Perhaps I was thinking we might do some Dungeon Crawl Classics sessions, which are kind of brutal, and characters, the low level characters die really easy, so it'd be a fun way to get a bunch of people in, hanging out in the Discord and enjoying a stream in Tabletop Simulator. So look forward to those in the future. For now, we're doing the Tabletop Tuesdays with the boys, with the guys I know and game with. So if you like the tabletop stuff, check us out every other Tuesday night, 6 p.m. PST. We're playing through Cyborg right now. Next session will be next Tuesday, so the 1st of August. Party will be going into their first actual mission. I do like me a steak biscuit, but heartburn. Now I don't have them in the chat yet because I could only have so many. But channel members have access to some fabulous biscuit-based emojis. And I don't know if that's something worth getting excited about, but I love it. We currently only have 4 on the channel at the subscriber level, at the membership level, I mean. So we've got the We've got the chicken biscuit. We've got the sausage biscuit. We've got the sausage and egg biscuit and the bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. Those are emojis available to channel members. They're also available in the Discord, so join up on the Discord if you want to use those. And I think if you're a Nitro member for Discord, you'd have access for those emojis anywhere you go just for joining up. So check out the link in the chat if you'd like to join the Discord. Definitely feel free to hop in and share your pictures of mechs or cat girls or biscuits, videos. If you got your own stuff you're promoting, feel free to come in and do a little shameless self-promotion. I want to encourage that growth in that community. It's still, it's still budding right now. It's brand new Discord. But I expect as the channel continues and I talk about it more in the streams, folks will show up and it'll be a great community of like-minded biscuit enjoyers. Plus, if you join up channel membership, you join the ranks of the biscuits and be one of the channel biscuits. And for what it's worth, that's as low as 99 cents a month right now. Jelly Biscuit tier, 99 cents a month. Channel membership. This less than the cost of a cup of coffee a day. Anyhow, we're making some progress here. About halfway of through this first color on these gals. We're gonna do 2 layers of brown, or 2 different colors of brown, and then we'll do, I'm thinking the pauldron here will be, is that a pauldron? The shoulder pad will be green for Canopus. Might have to thin it a little more than it is. Might actually have to use an opaque color now that I'm thinking about it too, because it's a smooth area. But from what I could see, the first Canopian Brigade, if you check them out on Unit Color Compendium, they're 2 shades of brown. There's a little bit of gray in there, and there's like a Canopian pale green tone. And these girls are going to match the mech, which I'm not going to be able to paint with. I won't be able to paint. Yep, that's a pauldron. Thank you. I wasn't sure. The mech, I did do a little test on it to see if contrast would work, but because I printed it with FDM printing, the layer lines are too pronounced to do contrast colors. So I'm gonna have to try to do a color match and sponge paint it. But it'll be fun, and that'll be the next paint stream. And going forward, I don't think these paint streams will have any kind of schedule, as much as I've been liking the 6 p.m. PST time slot. Though honestly, that's been conflicting with some streams that I like to watch. So we might do it a little earlier, later. There's no real schedule to it. Just if I'm working on the models, if I'm working on a project, I'll stream it. But let me take a moment just to remind everybody, this is what we're talking about when I say the mech. So this big boy is, 1/48 scale. He's absolutely gargantuan. Are we losing frames or just my internet? I think it's just my internet. Okay. And we'll paint on that that hunchback next episode. Let's see. I think I'm gonna film this girl right here. Oops, shit. See if I can't lift this real high. Find Putty Primer does a good job filling layer lines without erasing details. Really good to know. Well appreciated. I was working on painting this thing or printing this thing as SLA, but she ended up being problematic. I bought some Sunlu off-brand resin, and it was not doing it. It kept delaminating. Sorry about bumping that camera too. There's a lot of give in it. This might not be in frame. It's kind of in frame. So I'm taking a moment to film this though. So you'll have to excuse it being slightly out of frame a bit. We'll get back to the regular stuff here in a second. I just need a few seconds of this for the video. This was a little easier with just like that she's got the coat on and no extra armor plates. Putty Primer. Putty Primer. I'm trying to think if I've ever seen that. Is that that's a hardware store product, I'm assuming? Okay. That's enough of that shot, and then I can get back to filming this in the frame for y'all. Where am I aiming? Where should I be aiming? Is it further up? Yeah, that looks all right. Okay. Flying right along. Hope y'all are having a decent evening. If anybody's working on any projects themselves, I'd love to hear about it. Either in the chat, or if you have found this live stream via the algorithm and you're finding it after the fact, post down in the comments down below. Let me know what you're working on. I'd love to get some idea of what you mini enjoyers are enjoying. And if you're a member of the Discord, please feel free to put your stuff there. We love pictures. I suppose while I'm on that topic, I'd like to also mention an open call to get involved with a video project coming up in September. We're going to be doing a feature on a painting contest put out by the Bromad Academy, where I'd like community members to show painted versions of Infinity the Game peripherals. Love to, and part of it is painting a model for the contest, and then the other part is sharing the pictures with the community to be posted in the video. So join up on the Discord for more information. And if you're finding this through the algorithm, just scroll up through the live chat replay, and there'll be a Discord link in there. Also, all channel members have ease of access to that code. Anyhow, I hope this is somewhat in focus. I don't really trust this camera to put the best quality stuff out, but honestly, the paint stream is more about providing a space for folks to see what's going on this other end of the production. The workflow live stream shows what's going on the editing, and the hobby hangout is exactly what it promises. It is a hobby hangout. You can kind of see what I'm doing, I suppose. This camera says it's 1080p. Of course, I'm filming some of it as well. It'll show up in the full video when it comes out. In any case, it's just a bunch of mindless work at this point, really. It's getting the brown, getting the first brown on these gals, and then here in the next little while, we'll get on to the hardened leather, and that'll go on stuff like, I think we'll do it on the armor plates. And if they don't have armor plates, then other little bits. Maybe the hat on this girl. And from there, it's metallics and greens and skin tones and hair tones and tails. Just a reminder that, you know, painting models is work. Anyhow, I have to check my paint locker. I've seen it in all the stores that sell paint, but I haven't purchased any yet because I got too many rattle cans still to be sprayed. That's fair. Ever since switching to regular use of the airbrush, I've got a whole bunch of rattle cans up on my shelf that are just going unused. Wow, is my... No, we're dropping frames again is what's happening. We're dropping frames again! Thank you, Internet. Thank you. Thank you very much, Internet. Thank you, Comcast. Shout out to Comcast for their fantastic internet service and how it can't keep up with something as simple as maintaining 5,000 kilobits per second upload speed. Just absolutely insane. Completely unacceptable and extremely overpriced. Also, I think my mouse just died. Is it working again? No, not really. Yeah, shout out to Comcast for being the worst company in the state of in the country. I hate this company so much. Put that in the chat down here too. All right, let's take a 60-second break, and see if I can run a speed test and see if just how bad Comcast is. See if it half stabilized. Nope, just the second. Nope, it's bad. It's incredible. Incredible. Absolutely amazing. The best part of this complete inability to deliver upload speed is you give them a call, you hit up the technical support, and the people who are answering the phones don't know the difference between upload and download speed. And what's crazy is there's nothing wrong with my download speed. It's not my hardware. It's Comcast rewarding my loyalty, my years of undying service by throttling my service for using it. You know, if they charge separately for, because that's the thing, I don't need download speed. I could care less about download speed. I mean, 100 megabits per second is more than enough for me, but I have to pay for their half a gig down to get 25 up, and I pay for 25 up so that their service will deliver 10, and then, well, it often dips to below 5, and when it goes below 5, the stream dies. RFD Hobby back. I'm back, sorry mate. Trying to do some editing today. I'll do my best to get those watch minutes to you when I take some breaks, which is often. That's fair. I'm lamenting my fantastic ISP at the moment and how they are throttling my service at the moment. They're cutting my upload speed down. They're cutting my upload speed, which is killing my stream. Which sucks. Because, you know, I'm 2 tiers above their basic internet to get this level of service from them. And you know, it's great because I'd love to. I'd take any other ISP, but my building has signed a contract with them, and they're the only option. So they know what they're doing. Definitely a predatory company. It's not like, you know, it's necessary to use the internet or anything like that. Not like this should be considered like a basic utility at this point. Hopefully it maintains some level of fidelity. This is only the second throttling during the evening. And unfortunately, I am not 100% aware of when it's happening, or if it's happening, or if it's the stream, or my Wi-Fi, or frames getting dropped. Definitely running poorly at the moment, or at least from what I can tell, which is fine. It's fine and dandy. What's the worst that happened? I just have to cut the stream before I get the brown down. Even if I have to cut the stream, I've had a blast hanging out here with y'all, having these conversations. So if you've stuck it out, and even if you haven't stuck it out, you're well appreciated. And that is heartfelt and honest. You're in a big metro area and it's currently watch o'clock on the West Coast. Oh yeah, and I'm not a priority customer, so if they're having any bandwidth issues, they will throttle my service. You know, I just need to make sure to pay them $150 a month to have access to 10 megabits per second during peak hours. It's absolutely absurd. And I think what drives me nuts is, I mentioned it earlier in the stream, there's a Google Fiber substation internet building on my block. It's like 150 yards out my window, and they have really good and really fast internet, and I would love to have it, but my building, you know, has a contract with Comcast, so they're my only option. And I have to think that some of their horrible policies stem from that. In fact, let's maybe... Can I drop this stream quality, my playback up here, to like 144p? And then maybe it will help what I'm able to see. Because I can't actually tell how much of it is Comcast. Yeah, it's Comcast. It's dropping frames. They have dropped... Let's see. They have dropped 3.6% of the frames in my 2 hours and 42 minute long stream. At what point, how much money do I have to throw at this awful company until they, you know, provide the service that they're advertising? What's crazy though, through all of it, is my download speed is completely unaffected. It's just the upload speed. And I call this company, and I call this company, and I call this company. Never able to provide any answers. Never able to provide any help. Anyhow, I genuinely hate Comcast. I hate the company. I hope they go under. Henry says, post a link to footage of the weird SNES Genesis video game Battletech 1993 in the Discord under Battletech topic. Yeah, check that out over on the Discord if you're interested in seeing some wacky, weird Battletech stuff. It's definitely kind of its own deal. I remember that game, though. It's a good time. It was a bad game, like objectively a bad game, but it kind of worked too. Just don't go into it expecting it to be, you know. It was a fun time. Anyhow. Comcast and Charter don't care. AT&T barely cares. Google cares, but seems to care less lately. Oh, yeah. Well, you know, you have to have internet. So, you know, because it's a necessity, because everybody's working from home and schools are from home. Because it's not an optional service, there's no incentive for them to provide quality service. And of course, you know, situations like this where, like, you know, monopolies are illegal, but if the 300 units worth of apartments that are in this building are beholden to the company because of a contract signed by the building. Can I please get a Discord link? Yeah, let me see if I can't. I put it up here. I'll post it again. Let's see if I can't copy that. Copy. Paste Discord link in the chat. I need to press enter. Well, it's also just a big necessity nowadays because think of how many important things like job applications are only online anymore. It's really rough. Yeah, it's nuts. And you know, places like Comcast offers like there's a tier of internet they offer that is that uses the, what's the government's plan right now? The federal affordable connectivity plan or whatever. You can get free internet right now from Comcast, but the quality of that service is even worse. It's like 10 megabits per second down and 1 megabit per second up. And if you're not getting at least 5, you can't stream on YouTube, can't upload. and I currently pay for 25 up. And of course that's megabits, it's not megabytes. It's another way they get people, because folks don't know the difference. The average individual doesn't know the difference between the big B and the little b. But yeah, I pay for 25 up, which is already absurdly low compared to the 450 down that they're giving at this tier. But then they only actually provide about 10 of that. And you know, you call them about it. And they don't really provide any help. Anyhow, I know I'm just bitching about Comcast, but they have ruined multiple streams of mine. Another Nate says, am I remembering correctly, or was there not a Mech Warrior game where you were only a jet pilot trying to take down mechs, or was it an X-Wing spin-off like 97, 98? I'm not sure on that one. I really don't know. It might have been not a Battletech game, but there was that Mech Warrior Living Legends computer game, which was really cool. It had you could play as vehicles and VTOLs and aerospace units. Had them all in there. That was really fun. It might be dead now, unfortunately, because you know people play MechWarrior online. Anyhow, I digress. I was addicted to Mech Assault on the OG Xbox. The multiplayer was so fun. I didn't know it actually had a multiplayer. Welcome, Tech Noir. For those of you who want to see fun, good old games, make sure to check out Tech Noir. If you want to see his streams over at twitch.tv/TechNoirTN. We just did a little bit of Morrowind last night, kind of playing the Elder Scrolls 3 TES3 MP mod. It was fun. It was clunky, but we're looking at doing that again here in 2 weeks, potentially. We played through Diablo and a little bit of System Shock as well. So also check Tech Noir on our Tabletop Tuesday stream. Next episode coming up the 1st of August. Okay, so yeah, Cyborg has turned out to be really, really fun. Surprisingly good. Hopefully we don't get any more issues like tonight. Comcast is dropping frames for me. Let's see. Let's check the log. Comcast has dropped 4.1% of the frames of this stream tonight. They're throttling my upload speed again. It's been a topic of discussion, and just like I just would like to have upload speed without having to pay $200 a month to get like more than 10. Anyhow, has this model been out of focus the whole time too? Get these out of the frame. We're putting some brown on these Canopian Brigade cat gals. almost done with this first color, which is, what was it? It is snakebite leather. Municipal internet for the win. Is that FTW? I got that acronym correct? Yeah, it's a shame because I keep mentioning the Google Fiber building is just, it's right there. I can see it out my window from where I'm sitting, but no access because I'm contractually bound to use Comcast and only Comcast, and they're my only option. I'm sure I could throw more money at the problem. And at a certain point, like, I imagine throwing enough money at them would bump me into the priority customer tier where they don't actually throttle me. Okay, so we have just now completed the snakebite leather on these girls. I think the next color is going to be Hardened Leather by Army Painter Speed Painter. Speed Paints by the Army Painter. Funky Triceratops Venus for FTW. I kind of like that one. Weenus is, the question is, would a Triceratops have a weenus though? They should, right? It on the back of their forelimbs. Is that still a weenus? My apologies, y'all, for the drop frames as well as the bitching about it. It's consistently a gigantic problem for the streams, and has killed more than one stream in its entirety, which is why we stopped the Thursday show. I did confirm with Comcast in their in tech support that there's someone in my building who eats up a lot of bandwidth on the first Thursday of the month, and they wouldn't directly admit that they throttle my service, but they all but admitted that my service gets throttled during those moments. Anyhow, I hope you can see this in the shot. I've changed the camera angle to so that I can film this bit. And I'm going to put some of this here. This here hardened leather down. And I hope that it is distinct enough to stand out next to the other brown. It may not be now that I'm looking at it. And it is absolutely not in the frame for the stream. Well, shit. Let's do... let's change this camera angle here. See if I can't do this again where this guy is out and over what I'm working on. Set this to live playback as best I can and see how that looks. If I'm painting right here in the camera, are y'all able to see that? Wait on it to catch up. I should probably shift everything over here. And then lighting should go there. Okay. That might work. Looks better at least. I don't know if y'all probably can't see that too great on the stream, but I'm worried that this hardened leather is a little too similar. But I've already put some down and we're committed and we're gonna go with it. And it'll look fine. I'm gonna trust in the process. So we're painting on two different products here. We've got some Games Workshop's Citadel snakebite leather. And then for these armor plates, we're using Army Painter Speed Paint hardened leather. They're very similar, but actually, they might be different enough, just different enough. And that's actually kind of close to the artwork for the first Canopian brigade. They were kind of really similar browns. Just barely different. We'll get the difference. We'll make the difference look a little better on the full-size mech once that starts getting painted up, and that'll probably be our next painting live stream. Again, I don't mean to keep bumping the camera. I'm just trying to get some lighting on this. And that lighting's a little harsh. I wonder if I actually bring it down some. That would be better. Camera can see it a little easier. Can the webcam see it easier? Yeah, maybe. Interesting that turning this lamp down to half power improves everything. I guess it's the white balance is kind of blowing things out. Maybe the ISO settings. But yeah, we got two distinct browns here. Two close but distinct browns. I guess the chest plate should also go brown. So we'll paint that up. She's getting those two brown colors, and then when we're done with that, we can come back and put the green on, and then you know, there's even more stuff. So I think I've mentioned it before on the channel, or at least in a live stream while painting. I actually hate the painting process. Kalik says, have to head out now, but I appreciate the painting videos, man. They've kept me motivated to finish my battletech regiment, which should be done in the next month or so. Dude, that's fantastic to hear, Calixus. I can't wait to see it. I'll have some models for you too this next battletech event. And another shout out to folks, if y'all happen to find yourself in the Bay Area, or if you're on vacation or you live close, come on down to Games of Berkeley on the third Sunday of the month. It's $5 entry fee. Come play some Battletech with us. Noon o'clock on the third Sunday of the month. We have a good time, and between myself and our event organizer, we probably have something like 200 painted chassis, so folks could borrow some models. You don't even need models. Just come on down. We'll have a good time. Glad to see you there. Tech Noir says, you're doing some calico cat girls. Oh, I've got to, right? I've got to do the flecking. I probably actually can't get away with flecking at this point, but yeah, we'll do one of them calico, maybe two of them calico. We'll do a gray, we'll do a black with a white tip, and I think a tortoise shell effect might be lost on just a tail. It's tails and ears. We'll do a couple calico, some grays, a gray and orange, and the black with the white tip. And I just realized that I said I was done with that first brown color, and I didn't paint the pilot model. So let's switch back to her real quick. And that's fine anyways. I got 7 minutes of footage on that one. So this is the model that was in the thumbnail. She's definitely lewd, but you know, that's part of the fun. That's a subject we'll actually be touching on with the upcoming Titania video, which again, I haven't started painting that, unfortunately, but I will soon. She's a pinup model, a thick barbarian, and the whole piece will be kind of an essay on how you should paint a pinup for your collection, and how art made for the male gaze is still okay in this modern world. Definitely a subject that gets touched on a lot in art history. Of course, I taken three semesters of Western art history, so that's definitely a subject that come up a lot. Art made for the male gaze. The art world is definitely dominated by paintings by old white dudes. But you know, come on now, we're painting cat girls tonight. You're kidding yourself if you think that these aren't made for the male gaze. And that's fine. This is why it's the thirsty edition. Which is really just a clickbait title to get y'all to come in here anyways. Cat girls, what you gonna do when they meow for you? Meow. You know, fun trivia. My name is Cameron Andrew Thurston. My initials are Cat. I am a cat. And now y'all have my full name. Not just Cameron the country boy in the big city, but Meowdy. I'm a cat. Nightbot is admonishing you once again, Tyler. You've stopped in and you're being admonished for using emotes. I have to correct that. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to tell it to stop getting onto you. But as long as it doesn't ban you, I might just leave it in. Can you stream copyright music on YouTube? Will it mute parts of VOD like Twitch, or you just get claimed? I think YouTube's policy is just to claim you, and then you can't monetize the content at all, which sucks. However, I mean, currently I'm not monetized. None of the content itself is monetized. But I have been trying to be very careful about that. I just noticed I'm off the frame too. Sorry, I keep drifting off the frame. Night has no hold on me or my life. I live how I want. The Nightbot. I saw the Nightbot in Pega Nico's stream, and it looked like it had some fun Discord integration stuff. Basically, it's a bot for integrating your Discord into the streams, like doing some automatic stuff. But I haven't quite figured out how to use it yet, and that's largely because I haven't actually put an effort into using it. Another Nate, I didn't come for the thirst, I just want to see the kitties. Yes, the kitties. I think you used the wrong letter there. But this model here is both. And I actually paid money for this one. It is absurd, but that it was intentionally so. I like her helmet. And her hair? And she's also an amputee, so that kind of hits another note with the thirst crowd, I think. Right? Isn't that's a thing? And it's funny because all in all, the cat girls are just an afterthought. They're again a base accessory. Okay, back to it. Now we've got some brown on the pilot. We want to continue with the hardened leather armor plates. Leather plates. What color are you doing for hair? I'm not that far. I don't think it's that much of a thing. Let me out. I mean, it's a thing. It's a thing enough to incorporate, or at least that was my thinking. Does that just speak to my general level of depravity in my mind? I live in the gutter, for what it's worth. I am definitely a deviant. Which actually isn't true at all. I mean, earlier in the stream I was talking about how, like, I'm not even really not really even into the cat girl thing. I take my battletech very serious. This is my serious face. That's, you know, it's just that's the way it is. Whatever floats your goat. Okay, we're getting some leather plates on. I'd say it's close to sub gutter. I live in the sewers, man. Love it. Again, thank y'all for being here. This is the engagement keeps me going, keeps us rolling. And these models are going to look great if I could just remember to keep it in frame. I'm trying. I don't actually really know where my frame is. It looks like if I keep it about right here, that should work. Okay. I should put an X on my mat here. I've been thinking of getting a now that it's funny that Nightbot didn't flag you for that, Mr. Tyler Stembridge. It'll get on to you for using all caps or music notes. But when you post that, there ain't nobody here to stop you. Do I need to make some moderators? Do I need to ban you, Tyler? Do I need to make Nightbot kick you out? You can't be putting that stuff there. I could give Nightbot the permission to ban people, but I'm afraid it would, like, someone would come in and post something in all caps and it'd be like, ban. And it's like, no. Someone needs to put you in, someone needs to bonk you. Let me ban. Might have to make you a moderator. Oh, it's so funny. Okay. We're making some headway here. We're making some headway. Getting the second color of leather down. Oh yeah, chest plate needs to be same kind of brownie tone. I'm just here for the cats. What'd you think of the thumbnail this time? There, old Tyler. The background on the hobby hangout is actually just like right here, a shot of that. I drew you right in. Yes, you knew what you were here for. That's why I made that thumbnail. And really, it's such a small part of what's getting painted. It's one model. And actually, I call it the Thirsty Edition, but let's see how many models we have here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. There's 9 cat girls I'm working on. And our loader and our pilot are the only ones who are partially unzipped. The other ones are all like zipped up tight or have armor plates. So the thirst is such a minor portion of this. But you know, I'll give a nod to it. Give it a nod. Acknowledge that it exists. And use it as a way to get clicks. Zips. You telling me to zip it? I can't zip it because it's sculpted that way and it's not actually a zipper. Also, you know, I gotta have at least a little bit to get that thirst crowd. You get the thirst crowd, get the cat girl crowd, get the hunchback crowd, get the timing right, and get this video out. I don't actually know when this one will be coming out. Again, I mentioned that it's got to go in the pocket, and it'll be released at a moment's notice when a certain hunchback video comes out. I keep mentioning it, but I won't speak it by name because, again, let me reiterate, I am not affiliated with that video. But if you know what I'm talking about. If you're battletech on YouTube, you know what I'm talking about. And it will be dropping around the same day. Hopefully, that's the plan. Where's my orangutan fans at? There is a kind of an orangutan unit in Warhammer called the Jokero, I think. Pretty sure that's what it's called. It's in the Grey Knights, or like the Inquisition retinue. I'd plug it in, but I'm not really super well able to do so at the workstation here. But I'm pretty sure they're called the Jokero Weaponsmith. Jokero. Okay. New orangutan character on Overwatch. You gonna play him? No, I don't play Overwatch. You give me this joke. This joke. It's the joke that will not end. Goes on and on. My friend, he just started playing it, not knowing what it was, and he'll continue playing it forever just because it is the joke that will not end. What was that? Just a fan of the who? This little heart thing on the chat is like in the way of me seeing words from time to time. A fan of the librarian. Best character on all of the disc? I'm so lost. I don't know these. I play Apex Legends. That's what I play. I played a little today, actually. I joined my brother for a few rounds, actually. That was kind of fun. He's not great at the game, but it was still fun to hang out. Wreck some nubs and get wrecked because we're nubs. Okay, I need to thread the needle here. Big fan of the librarian. You talking Pratchett? Absolutely. I haven't read any of it. Definitely something I need to. Put a little more snake bite leather there. She's done up. This one done up. We can move on to the next one. That's 3 of those finished up. I love the Discworld adventure games. Like, they point and click type games. Let's see here. I don't think this girl actually gets any of the other brown color. We can skip that one. I had a YouTube ad today that used the MAD3R beat. Oh, that's wild. Let's get that in the chat. Let's post that. Let me get that link real quick. I gotta start typing. So I'm using a on-screen keyboard with my mouse to type because my little handheld keyboard mouse combo thing kind of ain't working. What's the best way to search? My Marauder. My Marauder. No. It just opened to some car thing. I can't believe. So I'm logged into Country Fried Minis. And my Marauder is not the first thing that come up when I search for my Marauder. There it is. Okay. For those of you who don't know, you ain't seen it, if you ain't watched it, I get the feeling you'd be more of a long earther, Cameron. I'm not sure what that means. I'm so confused. Can you sing the lyrics for us, Cameron? Can you sing the lyrics? No? Did I just hear... Am I logged in on Discord somewhere? I swear I just heard Discord. Alright, let's pull this up. Let's grab this here. Let's snag this link. MAD3R. Not even one bar. Can I even remember the lyrics? No? Let's see. We ride as dragoons through victory and fame. From the very start, my mech has always been the same. Stock standard, yet she suits my every need. Under heavy laser fire, they bleed and they bleed and they bleed. Yes, my Marauder, MAD3R. So, if y'all don't know, Country Fried Minis put out a battletech rap track, and it's kind of all right. Different book series from Discworld, modern fantasy instead of outdated British satire. Oh, I have to throw it on the heap of the countless things I need to experience. It's actually one thing I lament about this existence and this reality is there's no way to experience it all. And speaking of experience, if you ain't experienced my Marauder, the tale of Colin McLaren and his ride, link in the chat, MAD3R. It's a thing. It happens. And if you think that level of silliness is something that you like, be aware that there is indeed another track of brewing and on the back burner and will be released at some point. If you've seen my my big Marauder video, the massive Marauder video, you know the song. It gets played, but that link right there in the chat is for the music for your ear holes, Country Fried Music. So yeah, and if you found this live stream through the algorithm after all is said and done and released, go back up through the chat, check out that link, head on over and listen to Colin McLaren, my Marauder, MAD3R. The man who never lied. Fell in love with Audible while trucking. Now I can't even mow without a book and mirror. You know, honestly, now that I live in the city and don't have to mow as like a regular chore, mowing the lawn, listening to what do you call it? What's a heary book? My brain no work. Audiobook? Is this just audiobook? Listen to the audiobook while mowing the lawn sounds pretty fantastic, actually. Let's get this back in the frame. Okay, I'm in the frame there. Okay. I listened to several battletech audiobooks while I was driving back east for a visit last time. It was really good. Bedtime, enjoy cat paint, bedtime. Thank you for stopping by, Tyler. You're on thin ice with the Nightbot though. Be careful. They might ban you for typing open parentheses asterisk capital Y asterisk close parentheses. That may be a little too much for YouTube. You're on thin ice, sir. I jest. Take it easy. Thanks for stopping by. We will continue now. Good stuff. I'll ban Nightbot. I used to listen to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy BBC radio show all day long for months. Is it just like all the books or something? The radio show? Or was it like skits in the universe type situation? Alright, we're flying along here. This lady now has armor plates. She's got some more here. Get some hardened leather colors. Y'all, the book's acted out as a radio play. Great actors and effects for the time, of course. Still holds up. That sounds wonderful, actually. I wonder if that has been uploaded to YouTube. YouTube has actually turned out to be a pretty good platform for finding like spoken or read content that's not doesn't require you to watch it, which is the kind of stuff usually I'd be after for painting. Although it's funny to think about that now as I'm sitting here painting. Normally this is when I'd be like watching a stream or listening to something that didn't require me to like focus on it too much. And going forward, I'm probably looking at streaming most, if not all, of my painting process in the hobby corner here. And in doing so, I don't get to watch streams myself. That's fine. This is great. It's been surprising that there's a good selection of folks who are definitely interested in seeing the long form, the painting, like the real time, what goes into these projects. And so long as there's at least one person out there who wants to see this, I will do it. Might as well anyways, right? It's the work that I'm doing anyways. Sick. Pirate flag. I have them downloaded if you can't find them. Yeah, I might need to get those off you. Sounds fun. Might be a like put that on and clean the house type situation. My living space definitely needs a little love right now. It's a bit cluttered. You know, it happens pretty easy living in a studio. Oh, I just realized this girl has a hat on. And that hat needs to be this same color. Once again, this is Army Painter Speed Paint Original Hardened Leather. And it's got like more of a warm and orangey hue compared to the snakebite leather, which is more of a like cold, greeny, yellowy type tone to it. Okay, she's got color on her. Do you need a hat? She does need a hat painted up. This one's her little cadet hat is going to get the same color. Real quick, pow. Oh man. You know, someone asked earlier, what color am I going to do the hair? I guess it was Tyler. I'm thinking these girls are going to have to get like super bright colors, right? Like yellows and blues and greens. Should be fun. This girl also has no need for the hardened leather. We have just finished hardened leather. On to the next color. Who's next? That's gonna be skin, maybe? I see a problem on this model. I think she needs her inner forearm painted. Another Nate, I appreciate you letting us hang out in your hobby corner. I can't get to mine right now because my nephew is living in it. Oh, that's kind of a double-edged sword situation in that you're not able to do your painting, but your nephew's there and you're able to provide that space. Just have to get like a, I don't know, like a micro portable setup. What would it take to get like sitting on the couch type painting? What's like the smallest paint kit that I could imagine? I had my battletech box, my starter box, a game of Armored Combat, and I tossed in like 6 or 7 colors, some paintbrushes, a tube of varnish, this here Winsor & Newton Artist Acrylics, and my paint handle, and it all fit in like a little travel container. And I had taken that with me when I went to visit my parents the last time and was able to get a little painting done there at their house. It was kind of cool. So yeah, maybe I'd recommend getting a small kit together. Slap some paint on some models. Post it to the Discord. Send it to me via emails. Download it on my web zone. For anybody in the chat, my email can be found in the About page of my YouTube. If you have any inquiries or want to work up collaborations or find a way to get included in the channel, please shoot me a message. I'm open to that kind of thing. Okay, I think from here, first off, I see some armor that got missed here before I get started on that tangent. I think the next step is to paint the skin. I think that's where it's at. So we're going to grab the camera again. Set it back up. Oh, God. Awful. I just dipped that brush in the paint water. And then when I licked it, there must be... Yeah, there's some kind of solvent in my paint water over there. Okay, set back up the camera, hit record. We're going to show Crusader skin to the camera. Give it a shake. Put out a couple drops. About 5 drops. And I think it's time to start getting skin on these girls. So lock the focus, and hopefully that's far enough you can see. Oh, my paint is portable. I don't have minis to paint yet, as I haven't sculpted them yet. Ooh, and I need the table he's blocking. Oh, sculpting models. Now that sounds awesome. I have long wanted to get a little better at sculpting, and I'm kind of bad at it. I can do passable work. I can't do a full model yet. But one thing that has kind of really made sculpting fun for me has been I did a bunch of battle mechs, and I have these hex bases that have like a hollow top on them, and I'd sculpt some texture on them, like rock texture and stuff to kind of evoke grass, and I'd always have like a little lump of green stuff left over, and I'd use those lumps and sculpt 6mm scale cars. And those have been a real blast to sculpt up. I put some on the bases. People love them, and like, you know, they look hand sculpted, but they add so much to the experience. Okay. This Crusader skin is not great. It's I'm probably gonna have to just go back over it. I'll use it as a base tone and then go back to these skin bits and add some just flesh colors. But again, this these are quick and dirty. That's the big thing here. Quick and dirty, getting them done, most important part. It's getting paint on them, getting them usable. These are base accents. They don't have to be spectacular paint jobs. They're meant to enhance the Hunchback more so than be their own standout pieces. Alright, there's one. Who's next? This girl. This one's very much in shadow. I'm starting simple, sharky things, and it's sort of undersea horrors. Oh, that's kind of awesome. Fun. Very fun. I've got some like fishmen and stuff to paint up myself that I haven't really looked into starting on, actually. Just I buy models to paint for the channel, and then like something else will come up and they'll get tossed onto the pile. Millennial Model Malem, hello, how are you today? I hope your stream went super successful. I regret that mine was at the same time and I missed it. I'm really looking forward to seeing that. The stream layout is Kino. It's fun, right? The Windows 95 thing. We're just putting some contrast paint on some cat girls for the base of my 148 Hunchback. Here, let me get the torso out again. I've got a really big scale boy, and he's gonna go on a base with a bunch of cat girls all around the base, because Canopian cat girls. It should be fun. 'Twas a good stream. No worries about missing it. Glad we could both get paint work done. I'll definitely keep an eye out for the next one. And shout out to folks in the chat. If you don't know about Millennial Model Mayhem, head on over there right now and check out the fabulous content Liam has over there. If you want to see some hand-painted Gundam, custom Gundam stuff for, what's the game? Gamma Wolves? I promise you won't be disappointed. Make sure to check it out. Toss him a few views and maybe even a sub while you're at it. Quality content. I live for it. That last, I think the last stream of yours I caught was when you were working on the filigree for your, what was that? The Guzhan guy, the big boy. I haven't caught any of them live since. Yeah, my main games lately have been Gamma Wolves and Conquest. I've been watching your Conquest stuff on the on the Patreon. It looks fun. I got a buddy who tried to get me into it. I don't have time for the games that I want to play. Or that's not the right way to phrase that. I don't have time for the games that I regularly play. Infinity's my main jam. Yeah, the Gusion, really excited to get some filigree on the aerial next. Oh, filigree again. Yeah. I'll tell you, I might ought to, like I mentioned in the message earlier, I might try to coordinate with you. Do you usually stream 6 p.m. PST? Is that like a normal time for your streams? Or if nothing else, I'll keep an eye out for it, and if I could start mine earlier, I can include the link at the end. I saw when YouTube lets you schedule if you schedule a stream, you can include a link to direct folks to afterwards, and I'd love to send the community over there, whoever shows up for these, because if you don't know, and especially if you're finding this video via the algorithm, when it's over and done and going back through the chat, make sure to go over and check out Millennial Model Mayhem. You will have a great time. Highly recommended. Country Fried Minis approved. Okay, that is some skin on that one. That's 2 down. We'll do I'm really not liking this Crusader flesh. I responded to your message. Oh, I didn't check it. My bad. I responded to your message. My streaming schedule is kind of inconsistent, so don't worry about playing around mine. 6-7 p.m. is typical for me, though. Okay, so if I see you doing a scheduled one, I can definitely direct a link to that. I think it'd be fun, and I'm a big believer in cross-pollination. So yeah, it's no worries there. I need to get on an earlier schedule anyways, as well. The semester's starting mid-August, so I'm gonna be on a early morning schedule soon, which kind of not for streaming, but just, you know, in general. Which is hard on my night owl tendencies. But yeah, we're just putting some contrast colors on these Catgirl infantry. Kind of a nod to the trope of the Canopian catgirls in BattleTech, because I'm painting the big 1/48 scale Hunchback into 1st Canopian Brigade. So the base will be populated by these catgirls, which I picked up from, I can't remember the name, something penguin, evil penguin or something. It's early in the chat. If you find this in the algorithm and are interested in picking up your own, it's early in the chat. I may have put it in the description. I try and schedule my streams the morning of. That seems to be the sweet spot for alerting people. Plan too far ahead and someone will forget about it. Huh? Yes. Sounds like an epic piece. Yeah, it's going to be timed for a concurrent release with an upcoming video about the Hunchback, which again, I'm not going to mention here in the stream by name because I don't want to come across as affiliated with, because I have no part in that. But it should be fun. This will be coming out. This video will be released at some point soon. I can't say when. It's going in the pocket for a concurrent release with that Hunchback video. Yeah, here we're just we're doing contrast colors over zenithal on these gals, which are more or less base accessories. So not really putting too much effort into these. They'll probably get like 5 minutes of mention in the video itself. They just need to be painted well enough that they read as what they're intended to read as, and then while also not detracting too much from the main spectacle, which will be the big boy, who will get his own video or his own paint stream, I don't know, sometime soon, next few days. And I'm finding that I'm not liking this. I don't like this Crusader flesh so much. It's kind of bad. At least over this zenithal, it's kind of really bad. So we're gonna use this color as a base coat, like a base. I don't know what you call it, a shadow tone. Maybe not the mid-tone, but a shadow. We'll go back and put some fleshy colors over top of the skin here. I've got the WizKids Learn to Paint Skin Tones set by Vallejo, I think did them. WizKids by Vallejo, yeah. It was a good little set, but they're tiny little paints. But it's gonna need it. This Crusader skin is kind of meh. Not impressed. Which sucks because all the other colors I've really enjoyed in the Army Painter Speed Paint starter set. This one's just kind of, excuse me, lackluster. Still, forward we must go. And it is gonna be Crusader skin for now. And I think we're just about done with the contrast colors with this. From here we can go into, I think we might be done with the contrast colors because the green I have is not exactly the right tone. I think it's going to be opaque tones from here. Maybe even starting with putting some real skin color into these models. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Got so many messages. Okay. Yes. Where was I? Crusader skin. That's where we're at. Cat girls. Painting browns and skin tones. Getting these kind of neutral ones out of the way. It also looks like Comcast has decided to let me stream and has maybe stopped dropping frames. It was bad there for a minute. I see I skipped a model on that last step. It's running smooth. Hopefully no more skip frames. Suppose I'm realizing now that I'm a little all over the place. Getting a little, I'm getting hungry. Might do another, what time is it? 9:45. We've been at this for Almost 4 hours. I might give this another, we'll go through another color, and then I think I really need to take a break for some chow. I got some chickpeas and corn and rice. Make for a nice veggie dinner here in a bit. Take a break. Thank everybody for stopping by the stream, but before we call it, I'd like to get a little more work paint on them. See what we can't grind through. Okay. Okay. I got to go. Winding down now. Nice talking with you. Talk to you later. Thanks for stopping by, Millennial Model Mayhem. Good to see you in this stream. And once again, if y'all ain't seen his channel, please check it out. Go on over to Millennial Model Mayhem and see some really fabulous content. Definitely unique. Anyhow, looks like I skipped several layers on this model here. We're going to correct these little bits here that I skipped somehow. All right, all these armor plates got skipped over. Put some color on those. And then, yeah, I can't believe I skipped all that. I just got excited and moved on too fast. I cluttered your Discord up with Japanese battletech. Well, that ain't a problem at all. That's what the space is for. To be used and shared. I do hate that they never really caught on enough to have their own have a model line to match that artwork. Although honestly, the model, the miniature technology at the time probably wouldn't have led to great results. But that's fine, because there's that guy out there now who's sculpting the new versions of the Japanese battletech stuff with modern capabilities. Okay. Alright, so that's got that. Oh, almost. Right here's a little bit more. And then I need the... There's a bit of support still on that model. Let's remove that. And, you know, I'm sitting here and I mentioned that I'm kind of hungry. And I'm actually... I mentioned it, and now I'm feeling the hunger pangs. And I realize I've not eaten today, and it is almost 10 o'clock at night. I should probably eat something. So what we're going to do here, I think, is to finish up this contrast layer on this model. And there's one more that needs skin. And I think that's what we're going to do tonight. I'm going to call it, because it's been 4 hours. I think it's a reasonable amount of time. I don't want to turn it into another all-nighter. We'll let these contrast paints dry. And depending on how the day goes tomorrow. I might be back for more. We can do a second stream on the opaque tones. So that'd be getting the metallics, getting the skin brought up to proper tones, getting the cat colors on their tails, recording that, and maybe print some stuff. Hitchhiker started out as Doctor Who materials, and Adams rewrote it into the radio play. The novels came next, then the BBC miniseries, then the video game, then more books, and the movie. Then he died. I like the way your story ends. Emery, that's so good. Not untrue, but damn if it ain't funny the way that's phrased. But like I said, I am, now that I've mentioned my hunger a couple times, I'm sitting here and it's like, it's full on hunger pangs. So we're gonna put this last little bit of contrast paint here and on this gal's face. Let this stuff dry overnight. I'm gonna hop back in this tomorrow, I think. I've just about, I think I have hit the wall. So we're going to call it that. That's what? 9 models with 3 colors on them. They're going to dry overnight. We'll think about what's going into the next bits of them next time. I definitely want to take a moment to thank y'all for showing up today and keeping me company while I paint. It's really pretty awesome to catch y'all here in the stream. Your banter and discussions bring me much joy. And speaking of, Emery says, a final novel about Cricket Robot was released, written by a person hired by his estate. It was loosely based on the Doctor Who pitch he started with. Interesting. I'll have to look into it. I think I'm gonna start via the radio show. That's just gonna be fun. Another Nate says, thanks for having us over. Thank you, man. This has been good. It's been really good. I've been productive. I'd like to have been more productive, but man, getting 3 colors on 9 models seems like I thought I'd be a little further through. The final novel incorporated Dirk Gently characters. That's another reference I don't get. I think that's a trend of you show up and mention something and I have to look it up. But digressing. Here on the way out, if any of you have found this via the algorithm, once more I'm going to pitch channel membership. If you want to get your access to exclusive biscuit-based emojis, if you want to get your get a badge next to your name, as well as Discord access and whatnot, we're offering channel membership for as low as $1 a month. If you like to support the work, feel free to do so. This is going to be turned into a video soon. Keep your eye out for it. And we'll catch y'all soon. As always, I want y'all to remember to be happy while you're painting. And of course to remember that by showing up and participating here, you're keeping me happy while I'm painting. Lots of love, y'all. I'll catch y'all for the next one. Maybe even tomorrow. See you around later.